Yeah. Hello, hello, good afternoon slash evening slash maybe it's the morning wherever you are, slash maybe it's like Satan's hour in the dead of night. Who knows? Wherever you are, hello. Good. Hey, Bat. Hey, hi, Roman numerals. Kyrie. David. Good. I'm good. I'm good. How am I? I am good. Sort of. I kind of like was in a flurry before I started streaming. But I'm good now. Good now, we're good. We're live, everything's fine. It's 11 in the UK. Oh yeah, you guys are super ahead. All right, so before I get started, I'll do my spiel. So if you guys don't know me, I am Ashley. I'm a character and creature artist, and I like to do a lot of concept sculpting, and I really just call it sketching, what I do here on the Pixologic channel. There's a lot of other really great artists that stream on this channel, not just me. This is not my channel. This is the Pixologic channel. And you should definitely subscribe to them, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch or, you know, even I think Facebook. You could follow them there. They stream on all of those platforms, and there's tons of other artists that are on this channel as well, so check that out. And for me, during these sessions, I literally just take a sphere, like you can see here. It's very beautiful, very round. I made it from scratch. It's definitely not a primitive. I did this all by myself. I coded it, actually. My bare hands reached and made it like this. And after I take this ball of clay that I definitely made myself and is definitely not a primitive, I stretch it and play with it and create different shapes from it, and I just kind of like do whatever, and I don't care how messed up the geometry gets. So if you're looking for something more structured, then there's like other artists on this channel that would be better fit for your viewing experience or learning or whatever. But for me, I like to approach this very like artsy fartsy and just do really whatever I want and have fun with it and see what comes from the concept that I'm just kind of like messing with. So just as a disclaimer for anybody who's getting in and watching after the fact, right? I don't want anybody thinking that this is like a full-blown tutorial. I'd like to say that this is more of like a study group, a study session. You guys can ask me whatever you want while I'm doing it. You know, it's crunchy. Yes, it's exactly Badagas. It's crunchy sculpt hours. So crunchy, you could call it a cereal brand. So crunchy. All right, bud. Auntie, move your bum. Your bum. Thank you. Good boy. Good boy. All right, we're gonna get. Yeah, we're going from scratch. We always go from scratch. We always go from scratch. Always. Always and forever, unless I'm working for a client, in which case only it's 50% of the time. We gotta save time. All right. First thing. Where's my? There we go. Delete all of that. Yes, because I don't want you guys seeing anything you shouldn't be seeing. All right. So we're just gonna like kind of have at it, I guess. We can turn on some some radial symmetry. I'll like throw that up to like not, maybe we'll do 10, and we can just kind of start pulling this out, kind of creating whatever. Again, like I said, this is gonna get real nasty before it gets good. But that's the idea here. So this is radial symmetry. We're just gonna completely crunchify everything. And I think I'll be able to kind of like make something kind of cool from this. Playing with radial today. Turn X back on. X gonna give it to you. Or not. And mirror and weld that. Oh. So I'm looking for some interesting shapes. And when I'm looking for interesting shapes, is the first and foremost is what's the bigger kind of like block out areas. I try not to do too much with detailing and things of that nature until later on. So I let this stay as gross as it wants to be for a while. Hey Adam's family, what's good? Question about my Eye of Tomorrow sculpt. Did you sculpt the feathers directly on the mesh? Yes. Not as you see them, that's a paint over, but yeah, I did like it's a masking technique that I do that just like pulls out really crunchy geo, and it ends up being really easy gesture feathers. Yo, what's up, Stowe? Oh, Ghost. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it was it's just like this little masking technique. If you really want to see it, I can demonstrate it in a bit. But right now I just kind of want to just like look for those big shapes. I don't really know what this is yet, but I'm just gonna kind of do whatever, figure it out as I go, as is tradition. I like to use masking a lot to kind of block out things that used to then attach later. So I'm starting to kind of see something in the profile here. I think maybe if I exaggerate it upwards and then pull this out, profile, we're starting to get something interesting, which could, yeah. Oh, it doesn't want to help me with the masking. Just kind of like masking, pulling, translating, changing. And then we want to add some kind of flow back into this. Probably create some sort of like an arm or grabby thing, maybe a probus. And I know it'll probably be really hard to see what it is that I'm doing for a little while, and that's okay, because again, like I'm trying to like explain is this is quite literally all just looking for shapes. So you can see this silhouette thing here in the corner, which I just enlarged by accident, my bad. But you can see that I'm like looking for like mostly like outlines here, like a big shape that I'm breaking up with negative space. I've gotten so used to just looking at the model as I'm doing it. This is just sort of like in the corner. Like it's nice to have there, but it's not like I can kind of see that as I'm going. So if it doesn't make any sense to you though, ask away. Yes, good vibes, good vibes. 3D gesture. I mean, in a sense, yeah. Like I'm just like not really giving a crap about not gonna give a crap about how crunchy it's getting, because you can always fix that stuff, right? Like the idea is to just have as much fun with the shapes as you can without feeling like you're super stuck. So I'm thinking, yeah, like this could come down right here. And I like to, if it starts getting a little bit too out of control, just doing little taps on the smooth goes a long way. Just tap, tap, tap. You don't have to like go like ham on it. Find that like ruins all of the crunchy. And some people will be like, oh, what the heck? I don't even want crunchy. What are you doing, man? But it's good. The crunchy is good for, you'll see when it dynameshes. It's pretty fun. Here, we can like throw something in here. And I can promise you, this thing is gonna change like 100 times before we're done with it too. It's just the nature of this kind of like sketching. Hey Ravlin, how you doing? Would I ever consider using a space mouse? I've thought about it, but for my workflow, I genuinely don't see how it would work. It would be like an extra thing that I would have to constantly be like going over and clicking just to like, cause I don't need to do stuff where you're rotating any differently than how I'm rotating now. You know what I mean? But if you're doing things that are more technical based and like working in like CAD or whatever, like I can see how it's good, but I personally don't see a point. Could make it a robot so you could officially say you participated in March of the Robots. Oh, is that a thing? I didn't even know that was a thing. What the heck? March of the Robots, that sounds cool. Design some robots. Actually though, see, I'm starting to really like, starting to feel this. Okay, so I'm going to do an overall, that one. Okay, and pull this up, yeah. So I'm going to, so that's another thing that I do as well, is I'm like really not afraid of just like pulling and stretching, like masking, pulling, stretching, translating, however, just to kind of like get interesting silhouettes and shapes. And then this stuff. I'm really thinking these can come out pretty far. And I'll figure out what exactly this thing is. I want them to be like little like grabby handy things, but we'll have to see. It'll give us a better idea after the Dynamesh. I promise you. I know it's so crunchy, but I promise. The reason why I'm like iterating so many times, like reiterating that yes, I know it's crunchy, yes, I know, is because I've been getting a lot of DMs lately about people like, how do you work like this? It's disgusting. Like, girl, you live like this? Ew, like that goofy meme. I'm just like, no, it's okay. Trust me, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. This guy is kind of bland. We'll have to figure him out. Hey Ruiz, how are you doing? Hey David. Every March it's Robot Month. How do I not know this? I'm so out of it. Am I thinking about what you want it to be, or let the shapes inspire your design completely? Yeah, exactly that. Like, I don't have anything in my head. I'm just kind of like pulling things or whatever, and then I'm like, that looks like, and then I go with that. But right now this doesn't really look too much like anything in particular, so we shall see. But I also really enjoy taking, you can see that I have the Accu-curve active with Snakehook. That's one of my big ones. And you can get Accu-curve in the brush menu down in curve. Actually, can you even see that? So in the brush palette, right? And then you scroll, and you go to curve, and then there's Accu-curve right here. Hey Navarro, how are you doing? the understanding of shapes is super important. I completely agree. They inspire you, but they also, more importantly, they give your work a foundation to build on top of. So when you're starting something, it can look really, really like blah, 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 like garbage, you know, garbage fire. But then the more that you work at it and the more that you kind of just like look at the shapes for the shapes and see if they're like even balanced or whatever. So here, what I'm saying is you can see if you were to draw a line right in the middle of that, you can see how unbalanced it is, right? You draw a line. Actually, if I grab the transpose, whoops, don't switch. Take that off. Like the transpose tool. And I were to just draw a line, right? You can see how much more there is on this side than there is on this side. The design is not balanced. So you can kind of use that trick for a lot of the things that you do. You can kind of like pull it like in the middle or whatever, wherever your design is, and you can kind of like look if this maybe helps you, cut it in half, and you're like, is this balanced? Does, you know, do I want one side to be, you know, heavier than the other? How much exaggeration do I want to go with? So that can kind of help. I think I'm gonna actually get rid of that. Freestyle workflow process and scope sketching. Thank you, Derek. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And honestly, if any of you have like tried this sort of a thing, feel free to like tag me on like Twitter or Instagram or whatever, wherever you've tried it. I'd like to see what other people are doing, because it does take a little bit of getting used to. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like the first couple of times that I tried this when I started, I mean, this is literally how I did start sculpting in ZBrush, is I just kind of went ham with like really awful shapes because I didn't really understand like what topology really was or anything when I first started. Like, I was like, you're artsy. So I just kind of like went for it, which I guess in a weird way is benefited me, but then it also kind of made like, you know, learning 3D modeling a little bit harder for me, because I was like, oh well, I could just stretch everything. Wait, but this doesn't work in production. Like, bro, this really doesn't work in production, right? So it really just depends on what you're using your model for. I was all like, oh, I'm gonna be a character modeler, but like, with what topology though, right? So you have to like learn proper topology after doing stuff like this. But this actual technique of like, you know, really low res, like stretching geometry and just like fudging with it, it takes a lot of trial and error to kind of get used to how the geometry is going to react, especially when Dynamesh happens. And then after that happens, is just using that as like a point to kind of keep sketching from, right? So let me just save this really quickly. I'm sorry if like I'm making a whole bunch of like weird mouth noises. Tell me if that is like nasty and not like good ASMR or anything, because I'm sorry, I ate something very garlicky. You know, I don't need to get into it. Okay, let me save this really quick and then I will start with Dynameshing. I know we're getting into Dynamesh really early. Okay. Sculpts. Woo. 137. Accu-curve gives you sharper point when using the tool. Yes, comics is correct. It basically, it will pull your point out to an exact like sharpness. So like here, like 1 point specifically. So if I were to use, you know, I'll turn on polyframe so you can see it. So if I'm using the snake hook and I just kind of like pull, you can see it keeps going, right? Like it will keep pulling with sort of like a fall off. So you can see how big my brush is right here. So you can see where the fall off starts to happen based on that brush size of the geometry. So that's how that works. However, if you do it with Accu-curve, then you're taking one point and saying pull that. And so it falls off based on that one single point. Whereas if you have it without that, it's doing it based on the brush size, and it will fall off and keep following your, it'll follow for eternity, right? It doesn't matter how nasty it gets, it'll follow for eternity. Accu-curve doesn't do that. It states one point and then as far as that will go. Yeah. So that's why I like Accu-curve. It's pretty cool. Here we go. I'm going to this guy. That's actually probably way too high res. Hold on, we might, ooh. You know what? My computer is actually pretty awesome. I'm gonna lower that though. 32 is fine. 1 million, that's still pretty high. We could do 16. Yeah, that's good. No, too low. Fine. Fine. 32 it is. We'll just do 1 million. Not bad. All right. So, the tip, hold on, I wanted to show you guys the feather thing, because I did mention that before, the feathers. So open this guy. Okay, so this was my latest sculpt that I just kind of did on my own time. I just like my latest sketch or whatever. Just kind of like had fun with it. So I wanted to show you like this feathering thing that I do, because this is sort of something that is really easy to do, but it works as like a really quick sort of way to get that like feeling of softness, essentially, if you want it, right? You just get like the chaos really fast, right? So like this sort of thing, it's all like out of pose, like, you know, out of symmetry, and you just pull. So to get this sort of a thing, all you have to do is you mask at a super small brush size, and then you cut into it, and then you pull out, right? So I'm gonna show you how that is done. And Dynamesh the sphere. No, let's like Dynamesh it higher res. There we go. So if I were to do that, you just turn your draw size way down. Maybe not use the lasso, maybe just use this. And then you can, maybe not 1, but like 2 would probably be better. And then you can just kind of do this sort of a thing, right? Reverse, and then take snake hook. You could do either like Accu-curve or regular snake hook, and then boom, look at this, right? So you can get, and then you start pulling it around like feathers. Whoosh. So this is sort of like the technique that I use for soft fluffy things really fast, and then just cut into it and start to layer it, right? So you can see how fast this kind of goes for sketching purposes only. You can't use this in production. I need to reiterate that over and over again. You cannot use this in a production model. This is just for sketching. It's really good for the projects like what I just showed you, and just getting things that are out of pose, like all fluffy and stuff, and getting like some cool feathers, giving it like, you know, there you go, right? You get like a quick feather technique. So that's and you can use that sort of a thing for all kinds of stuff. Like masking is super powerful, and I abuse the crap out of masking for my design stuff. It's kind of the same thing if you think about it in Photoshop. If you're just using the lasso tool to like block out shapes or whatever, and then transforming them and stretching them and pulling them. It's kind of the same thing that we're doing here, but we're doing it with geometry, like, and not caring. So with that technique, then you end up getting, you know, you can start pushing that around and get whatever the heck you want with the feathers. So that's, you know, and this is like a super unrefined sculpt, right? Like this is you can see how sketchy it is. You can see, but for my purposes, for painting, illustration purposes, like this is perfectly fine. This is a concept sketch. This is what it's meant to be. It's just like a quick gestural thing, not super refined. And the final, actually, why don't I show you the Photoshop? Because some people ask me about that as well. Hold on. Okay. Second. All right, and then this should be it. So this is the same thing, right? This is the sculpt, and then you can use that as a base for painting over. So if I grab everything, all right, I'll grab all of this, put this in a folder so that you can turn that. Oh, where you at? There, all these guys. No? All right, I'll just do it this way. That's fine. So you turn all of this stuff off. I'll show you where the base is. Like I said, I was doing this very fast, so I am not naming stuff or anything. Turn back on. Turn that off. And so this is the base. Put a color behind this dude, so it's not like death. And then off, cut off, cut off. There we go. So you can see, boom. So that's my base. And yes, I did a lot of painting on top of that, right? So here we go. So with lighting, you can start getting some like really interesting things with all of that really sketchy geometry. And even though it's super sketchy, when it's lit like kind of in a fun way like this, right? With you know, you got your backlighting, you've got you still got all like these holes and things in the geometry, but it doesn't matter, right? Because you're gonna just paint over it, so it's totally fine, especially when it goes that fast. And so if you put sort of like a diffuse material on it, you can kind of hide a lot of that stuff, and people are more focused on, well, the lighting of everything, right? And so then you can start pulling in. You can see these are other you can kind of see here. I know it's really tiny, but these are other renders, like other material passes, and I would overlay them, right? So I put a mask on this as just like a red material, and I use this sort of like as a subsurface slash color change in what I was doing, and I would just kind of keep doing that. I brought in some speck, right? Brought in some speck with like another material. This one is just bringing in some yellows, boosting the yellows. This one's boosting all blues. This is just a color change because I didn't like what the color was doing to that one. And then this one's just to make everything softer on the inside, right? So this is just like in this will change in every single one of the things that I do, but that's sort of what happens, right? Is I just sketch something, do a whole bunch of material passes, and just start pushing them on top of each other. and you can see how it starts to transform the more stuff I layer on top of it. So this itself was the actual painting part that I started. This is with all of the materials layered on top of the sketch. And then this is like the actual feather painting part of it. You can see how much it changes, but it's like a good base, because imagine having to do that all from scratch, right? But boom, you've got a base. All you gotta do is make it fluffy. Easy peasy. So yeah, and then you just kind of keep going. Add more, right? More. More. And then it turns into what it is, right? So yeah, hopefully that was insightful. Get rid of this. Back to the roots. Yes, Becky. Bring in the spec. Exactly. There you go. It's your time to shine. Get it? Spec. Shine. Haha. Haha. Oh yeah, if you add IMM feet, exactly. Sorry, thank you, Specky, for reminding me. The only way that you're actually going to use anything for production or consider yourself a professional is if you IMM feet to your model. So let me just quickly, just because we need to be professionals about this. This is the industry standard. Always has been. So now it's production ready. Okay, production ready. All right, so let's see, what do we want to do with this? We can start to really have a lot more fun with these tip areas right here. And I will do a little bit more of like I think a contrast between the top area right here and the bottom, because I like this like crown thing that's starting to happen, but I don't really like the overall proportions are too like equal. Where are the renders from ZBrush or Keyshot? Keyshot, yeah. So I make lighting, like I just kind of like place lights around as I see fit in like in my scene in Keyshot, and then I'll render out different materials. Some of them I make myself, some of them I just use like drag and drop, because like Keyshot just has so many presets. But like overall, you're getting like, you either want like specular or you don't. You either want one color or not at all, or you could use like, you know, different like bumps, different textures on top of the materials that you're using and things like that. But a lot of the time I just kind of use like, is it spec, is it matte, like what's the finish, and then what is the color of it, and I'll just kind of like throw a couple of those out, and then I'll start layering them on top of each other and paint, right? What creature is this? We don't know yet. Majestic is the word for that. Yeah, it's not, it's yeah, yeah, it's good. It's industry standard. Do IMM dragon legs count? No, it has to be feet, human feet. How do you think you're gonna get simps? Dragon legs? Step your game up. Be industry standard. You need to get in the feet game. I'm going to take, I'm gonna try some stuff. I think maybe. Ooh, don't unmask. We don't want to unmask. Word. Tinier. Yo. Okay, but for real. Imagine this is like a face. This is his body. What's my caffeine source? I've got tea right now. I kind of wish I had coffee. I'm like kind of dead today. Hey Gabe, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing stronger. Oh, it has helium voice again? God. Hold on. All right. So does it like, let me try, hold on. Let me try laughing on command. Does it helium voice again? Do I go robot when I go? Are we good? I turned off RTX. I don't. It's probably background. I don't know. You're gonna hear like crap now that I turned off RTX. RTX is like a dick to me. It doesn't like when I have fun. All right, let's. This looks like a monster in Dark Souls. Bro, have you played Dark Souls? What does... If this looks like something that you fought in Dark Souls, you need glasses. What is this? What is this right now? This isn't anything. This is nothing. You can't say it looks like Dark Souls yet. At least wait an hour. You can't. Like, you can't. I'm fun to watch. Oh, I guess that's good. I'm glad. Some like, I don't know, jowly things. So this whole bottom part is definitely gonna get some work done. There. I'll grab this guy. I don't wanna. Want that? What if? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Tell me what to do, ZBrush. Ooh, pen, work. Thank you. Sometimes that just do be happening. Oh. Yes. More. That's like my whole motto. It's just more. Like, you know that gif? Shoot, there's so many gifs where they're just like screeching more. Like, we like, oh, more. Okay. Except. Yes, more. to 11 and beyond. What happened to the monster with a big sack? Ooh, Sack Boy. Sack Boy's on my art station if you want to go see it. It's a little... I mean, it's completely safe for work. What am I talking about? Completely safe for work art on my art station. Go check it out at... here somewhere. I think it's over here. More like a blood... Bro, how does this look like a Bloodborne boss? How does this look like something from Dark Souls? For real. Literally, wait just like 1 more hour and then you're allowed to say that? Okay? No. Please. Not yet. Okay. Oh, wait, the feet. There we go. I'm wondering what kind... Oh, shoot. Always makes me take off symmetry anytime I do that stuff. Anger intensifies. Oh my god, you guys are so annoying. Like, I could literally like I could do this. Swear to god. I could do this. Wait. And you'd be like, oh my god, it looks like a Souls boss. Like, oh shit. Really? For real. So PS1 graphics or something, I don't know. What's that? What's up, guys? Damn, it looks like insert video game character, exactly. Yeah, I know, I'm making it look way too easy. Oh, wow. I'm actually thinking I might do arms. I'm gonna put arms in. Okay, so now you can start saying things start to kind of maybe resemble something that you've seen before. If you start saying that my blob of clear blob that I don't even know what it is myself yet looks like something, you're wrong. Wrong. Copyright character, stop it! I swear to God! Oh! Oh yeah, the dude. Oh my god, Snecky. Yo, Spicer! What's good? Guys, if you don't know Spicer, he also streams on this channel. I'm sure you probably know him, but if you don't, go check out his streams. He's very lively. If you think I'm lively, he's a lot more than that. He's your morning and afternoon and evening coffee. Have you in the evening? That'll be up to him to decide. Go and check his stream. Looks like a dog to me. I'm going to. Whoa. How do you handle time management? I sleep too much. Oh. But for real, you're feeling overwhelmed with client work right now and you think you've signed yourself onto too much at once. Also nice, but okay, I swear. You wanted me to answer your question and you were like, nice Bloodborne fan art, and now I just want to like okay, so time management is like kind of a tricky thing, because yeah, I'm working for 3 projects right now, but I make sure to communicate this with every single one of my clients, right? You know, before somebody signs me on, I know your predicament right now is you already signed on, you're already doing the work, but for future reference, right? Once you know, hunker down and you just like grind out the work that you have to do right now, anything for the future, make sure that you're communicating, hey, I only have this many hours available per week for you, right? So that's usually what I do. I don't lend, I kind of lend out my time in chunks, right? So, you know, client A might get 15 hours a week from me. Client B might get 30, you know, so on. Just depending on like how much they need, you can start negotiating with clients. If you're in high demand, well, hey, like I can only do so much, but I'm going to do as much as I can for you, unless you want weekends. You want weekend? You want my weekend rate? Me? My weekends are free, you know. It's nice. It's nice. Usually, if a client really wants you, they'll pay your weekend rate, right? They won't care. But most of the time, though, for laid back projects, you don't have to like work yourself to the bone, especially for R&D stuff, where you can literally just take your weekends to yourself and make sure to block the hours in the weekday. So if specific like hours doesn't really work for you and overlapping, you could even do it by day if that works for your client. It all comes down to communication and negotiation with them, right? You talk to them and be like, is it okay if I just work for you on Monday and Tuesdays and then Fridays, because Wednesdays and Thursdays are blocked out for another client right now, right? So that might work better for you. I prefer the hour because I work till 6 a.m. sometimes, and then sometimes wake up at 2 p.m. but don't let anybody know that. So, you know, it just kind of like, it also depends on if your clients need you to be awake for meetings and things like that. So on certain days, right, like I can't do that 2 p.m. nonsense. I have to be awake and ready for meetings and stuff like that. But it really just depends on you know, communication that you give to your clients. And also just know that like, if you have, I think a really big one that I have to always remind myself of, oh my god, this song, oh my god, go away, oh my god, I hate it. What I have to remind myself of, right, and you should remind yourself as well, if there's so much work coming at you, that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. That means you don't have to be desperate. You don't have to take everything. If your time is already blocked out and you're stressing and you're like, oh, but the FOMO of not taking this new project, this new shiny project, there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more, okay? Like if that is coming to you now, then there's gonna be other opportunities. Keep the door open with that client. Tell them, hey, I'm really busy right now. I really love to work with you in the future. I'm so sorry this isn't working out. And you know what? 9 times out of 10, that, like I've said that to clients, maybe not 9, 8, 7 times out of 10, they're actually like, yeah, but we really want you as an artist, so we're going to work out a time. We can like, you know, are you free in like maybe 4 weeks to start sprinkling in some hours? And it'll be like, okay, yes, right? And so that's sort of like how you kind of have to like figure it out, you know. Communicate with your clients, fully communicate. That is a skill you're gonna have to learn over time. And don't like, excuse me, but don't whore yourself out to everyone, okay? If you're getting a lot of work, right, a lot of inquiries, that's a good thing, and you can take a step back and be like, okay, I'm already at like 60 hours a week right now, like it's probably not a good idea to put anything else on, right? So think of it that way. Maybe 40 is your max, right? You want to do like full-time work, 40 hours is your max, then think about it that way, right? 6 a.m. kind of nights, yeah. Yeah, I mean, right after I'm done streaming, I have to get right back to work as well. I kind of took a nap today. It's really, really tired. Also, make sure, okay, because Freelance is insane with taxes, save all every single one of your receipts, everything, and make sure that you're like putting your name on everything. The internet bill, maybe you share it with roommates, put in your name, your name. Maybe your dad has his name on your phone bill, put it in your name, switch it. Put it in your name. Ooh. Dude, oh my god. And like every time you're done, like have folders for things, have a folder for receipts, and just anytime you're done, like anything to do with like purchasing something that could be related to your business, I mean, like this stuff counts, okay? Art books count, okay? Software counts, anything, print it out, put it in that folder, okay? Telling you, I'm warning you, you need to do this. Otherwise, get ready. you get that bank account ready. I'm still trying to get organized myself. I'm very unorganized. I'm a very unorganized, like my head is all over the place all the time. And I'm jumping to 1,000 different things all the time. So remembering to do this kind of stuff is really hard for me. But I'm getting better at it. And also get an accountant. Get an actual accountant when you're a freelancer. Like, you could try to do it yourself, but getting like an actual accountant who's been doing this stuff for like 20 years, 15 years or whatever. It's just, I'm just saying. Also, you pay the accountant to do the stuff, and then you can just, because you're a freelance artist, you just take that like $100 to $200 that you paid them for helping you and just be like, use this for a business expense now. Yes, do it. Like, it's a cycle. It's a grand cycle. Everything I'm saying is 100% legal, David. I'm telling people to save their receipts so they don't get in trouble. That's the big thing. We'll do this. I'm seeing my accountant in tomorrow, actually, so pray for me. Pray for me. I didn't have enough receipts this year to make me super happy, but pray for me. Monsters and taxes. Dude, I hate taxes. The only reason, like, I usually end up talking about taxes either A, if somebody asks me about it, or B, if I literally just got done with something tax related. Like, I spent all last night, like, 6 hours labeling things, stapling, printing, like... Ugh. Thank you, Pale. Thank you, I feel it. The agnostic prayers, I feel it deep within. Dude, Gumroad tutorials count. I'm pretty sure, yeah, like if it's anything like educate, like, okay, again, like I shouldn't be giving like tax advice because I'm not like an accountant or an advisor or anything like that. It really depends on your freelance status and what you're doing and what your business is. But like if it's like, I'm pretty sure if it's like educational, then just talk to an accountant, like get an accountant and talk about it, because like I should not be giving advice. I can't give advice. I don't give advice. But yeah, like don't try and like do any of these write-offs or anything yourself, because you never really know what is and isn't allowed. Talk to a professional. Yeah, feel. All right, let's do it. Like, I can actually like do something here. Oh, that's a great face there, buddy. Good face. Good face. Pause. So, bro, what do you need these deltoids for? These deltoids are specifically this jacked to support you. Some interesting muscle growth. If you go corporate, if you go what? Oh, cooperate? I don't know what you mean. Are you just saying like you could incorporate your business? That's like a whole other thing and is even more complicated paperwork wise. But if you're making like tons of money, so this is something that I know about incorporating as well. If you're making like a lot of money, it might actually be better to incorporate yourself, because then you can like even just pay yourself out in dividends and things like it gets like, that's not, no. It's too much math. Okay, let's actually some work. So another thing I actually wanted to ask is, anybody seeing Godzilla versus Kong? Zilla? Where do we put these feet? Yes. Atomically. You want to see it, but you haven't watched the other movies? Dude, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter, Reaper. Like, if you're really going for the story, you go to see big boys smack each other and slap each other, you know? Big boy go boom boom, you know? I don't even remember what happened in the other ones. I just remember big boy go boom boom. Alright, I'll see you, Ghost. Thanks for hanging. As always. As always. Let's do. No. You big. Or ooh. Or no. No. Yes. Yes. Oh my god, somebody! Hi, Alice. Hello. Just wanted to let you know you're using my last creature as your background. Oh, dragons! Thank you! I'm glad that you like it. I hope that it keeps you company every day. That you fall softly into the night. Skull Island? Okay, fair. I feel like, yeah, like the Godzilla movies didn't really have much of like a memorable storyline or anything like that other than, ooh, spoilers, it awakes out of an ancient slumber. Kong is a little bit more involved, I find. It's a little bit. So, yeah. If you watch Kong for more of the story stuff, then that's understandable, but Godzilla is just big boy go boom boom. Hello, my name's John. Oh my goodness, how's Monty? Monty be good. His existential log right behind me. Terror every time is glorious, magical. Maybe some small feet growing from the stomach. Yeah, I'm gonna have like I want like legs, like just legs, you know, legs or something. Leggies, legarinos. I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now. We'll figure it out. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I really never understand what's going on. I just trust that it'll always just kind of work. It just has to work. It has no choice. How's my shoulder? It's actually, bro, I don't have any pain today. Okay, now I gotta knock on wood because you know that, I don't know how long that's gonna last. But I don't have any pain today. Pretty cool. Think stuff. how did I do that transform before? Oh, sorry. Yeah. So in your gizmo, you just click W to access it. Then right here, you've got the gear, right? So anything that you kind of like mask off, you can affect, or you can affect like the entire subtool, like your whole mesh. Sorry, itchy nose. And so when you click this, you've got a whole bunch of different deformers that you can apply to it, different modifiers, whatever. What do you, I don't know what you want to call it, fancy, technical, whatever the hell. You can put some magic on it. So there's bend arc, woohoo, deformer, like you just put, it's kind of like a lattice, is that how you say it? Like, go back to this one. If I were to do a deformer, and you've got this sort of like a lattice type thing, so you can, if this is a better way for you to kind of create stuff, this works for like hard surface stuff too, so you can just kind of like move based on like points, that if that's what you like, and then when you click this, you can press accept, right? And then it will get rid of that, it'll just apply it, accept, boom. Or, you know, I like bend arc because you can get a whole bunch of like cool stuff, weird, right? And these are all things that I am gonna be honest with you, I don't remember exactly which one does what, so I just kind of like, you know, spaz around with it a whole bunch until I figure it out. You can just control Z if it doesn't work, so you just kind of keep pulling things until you get something that you like. Wow. Right, and so that's the idea. And then there's like a whole bunch of other things here too. You can play around with all of them. Bend curve is another one that I can't remember exactly. Yeah, this is increasing the number of points. Cool. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And so you bend around whatever point it is that you select. Take that point, bend it here. So there's cool deformers. You just have to play with them to kind of like figure out. I mean, you could also go into the documentation and figure out what everything does, or you could be like me and just kind of like you know, like whatever works for you. But yeah, Z Classroom has all of that stuff in case like you actually have a normal human functioning brain, functioning human brain rather than mine where I just kind of like go, does it work? So what pen display do I use? I use Cintiq 20 HD, 21 HD, 21 HD, yes. Yeah, I hope so too, Gabe. Thank you. What is it like to find a job with that 3D illustration subject? Is it more profitable as freelance, or some companies hire you and it's well paid? So my answer is going to be a little bit complicated, right? Because in terms of like being like I'm gonna call it like a multimedia, like a mixed media artist, right? Where I do 3D illustration. You start with 3D and you paint on top with 2D. So it's not 100% 3D, it's not 100% 2D. But that's sort of like a workflow. I've only like in the last year started to really get work like that. Before that, it was all like character, concept sculpting, so it would just be like only concept. I do a lot of concept sculpting still, and before that it was mostly just character art, like, you know, where you would do the sculpt in a pose, you were given the design, and then you would retopologize it like character art. But now I'm more like transitioning over to the art department. It's been like a transition that's been happening since I was working at Tangent, but now it's like fully fledged. So I would say that there is an increase in pay, but I can't really tell you if that increase in pay comes from just the fact that I've been doing freelance for a while now, or if it's coming from the type of work that I'm getting into, right? Like, I can't exactly pinpoint what it is. I would say if you have conviction with what you're doing, charge what you're worth. All right, this is nonsense. This is bothering me. What is this? Is this? Ugh. Actually, I kind of want to like, you know what? Screw it. I don't even care. Let's get maybe not. I'm gonna try something with maybe the what's the brush called? Starts with an S. Spiral. Oh, hi. I don't want that. Yes. 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 No, I don't sculpt with clay, but I really want to. I feel like I would be able to do so much with traditional clay that, like, just pulling stuff and like smearing clay around. I would love to, honestly. It just comes down to like space. Like maybe I could get like a whole extra table put there or something, but then this room is like really claustrophobic. I know it seems like there's a lot of space there, but there isn't. So it's just like I can't really use this part of my table either. I don't know. And there's not really like anything in the main room. I would love to. Maybe one day. I'm gonna get these hands to no that. And yes, I know the hands are backwards. Backwards. Let's get. Nah. Bigger. I don't like this. It's too like jingly. God. Damn hands. Got hands for days. Backwards hands. Hey, Berkey. I mean, like, honestly, like, I feel like, well, first, thank you, but, like, also, like, I feel like a lot of my stuff that I do needs, like, one thing that I struggle with is, finishing projects, because a lot of the time I just sketch something and I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then I'll, like, fight with it. I'll fight with it in like the final render to try and get a composition that works, and like usually like I'll make it work, right? Like I'll make it work, but if I had planned something beforehand it wouldn't be so like brutal. But I usually I usually fight with what I go back and forth from ZBrush to Keyshot because I'm like, it's not working. But every time that I'm like, you know, planning stuff, you know, for clients and things like that, it's like way faster because then I already have the idea, right? That's the only downside to like working like strictly from like sketches and stuff without really like having an idea first. Like this is great for like getting you started, but taking this and then turning it into something for an illustration without really understanding what it is you're doing with the concept is why did I just skip like 900 things? What are you doing? Hey Pepe, hey Angelus. What's good, guys? Our hard drives are full of whip one. Dude. Mine is nasty with that. I'm not talking about only like the ZBrush sculpts too, like the ZBrush live sculpts, like when you can't think of anything else, it always ends up being a frog. That's your default? That's kind of fun. I gotta beat our... They're distracting me. The industry standard. What should I do with this? Oh yeah, we could do like some praying mantis like hands. Sort of like you know what crabs have? That's what this is kind of looking like. Like those like little crabby hands that pull things into their mouths. That kind of looks like to me. Something. Let me get rid of that. Also, this thing on the inside distracting me. I'm good, Bavin. How are you? Hey, well, what's good? Used to do the ZBrush shows back in the early 2000s. Sculpted a Bill Murray caricature. It was in 3D Total's tabletop book, Volume 1. Oh my gosh, 3D Total's still around. That's 3D Total is how I got No, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I was able to go to SIGGRAPH like a few years ago, back when I was in school. It's a pretty cool experience. It's how I discovered what AR was when I went SIGGRAPH way back. Starting to get something interesting, right? Something. See, if somebody came in now and was just like, oh my god, it looks like Dark Souls, then I'd be like, fine. Like, have it, fine. Like, everything is Dark Souls to everyone, apparently. Creature Zen. Is Zen meditating? Yes, it is. It's Zen meditating. Is a 4-hour sketch the minimal amount of time you give yourself to practice? Are the other thumbnail way you find legit to practice 3D too? Quick gestures, mass blocking without zooming, maybe? Yeah, David, like, honestly, for me, because I've been doing this for a while, practicing comes down to studies depending on what it is that I'm working at, right? So, like, if I have to do, you know, a horse for a client, then I will focus on areas that I have issues with, right? So I'll start working on the horse and I'm like, I don't understand how the front area connects to the neck, because that is a really tricky area in horses. Okay, I'm gonna break everything. No problem. But it is like a really tricky area in horses, right? Like this whole front section right here, if it'll focus, right? Like how these intersect. So if I'm having issues with that area, what I'm gonna end up doing is I will, you know, just do really quick sketches of that specific area. Nothing will like really look good. It's more of like something for me to understand the function of it. I'm not gonna focus on actually refining it, making the muscles look good. It could look like I don't even save them because it's not necessary, right? It could literally look like something like this. Like I'll just kind of be like, okay, the front part of the horse or whatever, we'll just kind of pull out this area right here, and then I'll just start like kind of, you know, like really quickly, just like you would with gesture drawing, just like looking back, adding or whatever, right? And then Dynamesh, and then understanding how different muscles work in certain areas. I'll just kind of like do these kinds of sketches and be like, okay, this inserts here, attach, and like these are literally what my studies could look like, is just like this, right? And then I'll just like do a bunch of that kind of stuff. Like it could look really like garbage as long as like you're kind of figuring out like, okay, this muscle works like that, okay, this muscle works like that, good. You know, that's sort of that's really like what I do for studies a lot of the time if I need to just like figure something out. You sorry. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay, yes, inhale my saliva. Just do that more. Thank you, body. Not functioning properly. Who designed this stupid thing? All right. So yeah, like my studies, like it really just depends on the project. So whatever works for you, right? Like it doesn't have to be pretty. Your studies never ever have to be pretty. You could, if you find that a study is rather successful, you could always like, you know, clean it up and then you know, put it online. But really what a study is, at least when you're doing sketch studies, I'm not talking about like, you know, longer poses. So when you're doing gesture drawing in 2D, right, then you usually have like, you know, 30-second poses, 1-minute poses. Even I've had to do 15-second poses where it's just like line. How do you capture the entire pose in like one line, like a couple of lines in 15 minutes? I was never very good at that, but I'm starting to understand it more. The idea is to like just pick out with your brain, you know, the important parts. And so when you're doing sketch studies, you think about it the same way as gesture drawing, in that way, like, okay, what's the specific area that you're working on, and just do really quick, like, you know, inserts of different muscles, or, you know, block out the silhouette that you see is important just really quickly. Give yourself a little time limit for that. That's cool as well, just so that you can understand what's going on. But then, you know, there are other types of studies too, where you're studying how to refine muscles, refine your sculpt, make it look good and presentable. Well, in that case, then you have longer studies, right? But the idea is to do the shorter ones, so you're not caught up in the details, and that's totally legitimate if that's what you were asking. 100% legitimate. You don't have to do the 4-hour long things. Okay, hello. Why is this freaking out on? Yeah, sorry. So yeah, when it comes to like studies, that's why you don't really like see me posting a lot of like, you know, stuff when it, just realized screen one. You don't see me posting like a lot of like studies or anything like that online, is because like mine look like trash and they're not worth posting, because it's not something. I'm using it as an analytical tool, right? Like when I do studies, I just like I sometimes I even scribble on paper to figure it out, like different kinds of like muscle connections or whatever. Like if it makes sense to me and it's working out in my brain, then that's great. The more you do something, the faster your shorthand will develop, right? And then it'll be readable to everyone. But as long as it's making sense to you and you can apply it to what it is that you're working on, then that's perfect. So that's sort of like my efficient way of studying. It's not really like pretty or portfolio worthy, but it is something that has helped me with very short attention span. The thing is, like, you know, when it comes to art, it's all about, well, yes, your technical skill, it comes into play, but that technical skill is based on your ability to analyze what it is that you're looking at and reapply that in your own creative way. So if you can get the analysis part down pat, then that's great. You don't have to like drill yourself for it. Just focus on areas that you can see are lacking. If you don't see anything is lacking, then you need more exposure to better artists than yourself, so that you see what you're lacking, because everybody's always able to improve in some way, right? Why can't you send stars? I am not sure. I hope you muted the rest of it. No, I'm not. Oh my god, you scared me. I thought that entire time I was muted. You want to get a job as a character artist in Canada? Any tips, please, in your portfolio or something else? So portfolio. So the thing is, right, like I can only speak on behalf of myself and how I was able to do it, which is not really like very helpful to especially like, you know, foreign students or, you know, people who are just coming from different countries, foreign, right? Because for me, like you can see in my portfolio, like on ArtStation, it's really just the stuff that I do. I don't post any of like my work stuff there, which is a lot different than what a lot of artists in this industry do. A lot of artists will tell you to tailor your portfolio to the studios that you want to work for. But my inclination, and again, you have to use your critical thinking on this. You have to take, you know, all of our advice that you hear from like a lot of different artists and apply what means the most and makes the most sense to you and focus on that. So my inclination with portfolios is that you should really be focusing on what you like to do more so than what you think will get you a job, right? Focus on, again, this is my opinion. So there's a lot of different opinions, especially depending on the type, like, you know, the field that you want to get into. For me, I always value my time and this one life that I have above everything else. And I feel like art is so delicate because you're putting yourself into it emotionally that you never want to be desperate and begging for that work. You want it to be symbiotic. You want it to be, I'm happy to work for you and you're happy to have me work for you. You don't want it to be like, please hire me, right? Because then you're putting yourself at risk for burnout and you're putting yourself at risk for losing yourself as what you love about the craft. That's my opinion. And I understand that a lot of people, they just really want to get into the industry, but I'm telling you, like a lot of the time when you're a student, and I had the exact same thing, okay? When I was a student, I was looking at the industry because like I played games. I've been playing games since like I could hold a controller, really, like a really long time, since I was like 4 years old or whatever. So I've always, you know, been like, oh my gosh, looking up to like game studios, like I just gotta get in, it's magical, like once you're in, you're like, you're a character artist, right? Like as a student, I was thinking that way too, like I just gotta get in, I just have to, because again, like when you're in school or, you know, you're outside of the industry looking to get in, all you see is like all the fish around you, everybody's competing, it's a swarm, and you're just like, is it really, you have to step back, right? You have to say like, is it really time for me to get into this? Or do I just want it because like, I have to get in before those ones do? Like I gotta get in before like anything else happens. So yes, you would be getting in, but like at the same time, would you be stressing yourself out in a position in the industry, right? Where you would be like constantly worrying, and stressing out doing overtime because you have this desperate mentality. And that, I see a lot of people have that as well. It's just like, I'll do anything, just let me stay in this industry, like please. And then you see that the average age that people leave this industry is quite young, right? There's not a ton of old people in the games industry. More so in animation, I find there's more older people in the animation industry, but in the animation industry, the pipeline is a little bit more laid back, less overtime from my experience with, you know, from what I know about the games industry. The VFX industry is, don't even get me started on that. With overtime, it's It's insane. So like you don't have a lot of older people in there either, because people get burnt out. So that's something that I would say in terms of your portfolio and your desperation to get into the industry. Do it when the time is right. Make sure you're paying your bills in any way that you can, and do art for you on your own time. That is my advice, right? It's not gonna, you're like, if you're just like so desperate to get into this character art position, maybe it's not the art that's doing it for you, and maybe it's just the title. And if you're just trying to be a character artist for the title, then I'm going to warn you right now, it's like it's a burnout thing that could happen to you. You got to do things for you. But yeah, just keep that in mind. And when it comes to you know, coming into another country to work from like, you know, like India, maybe you're in Brazil, wherever, it's hard to get a visa. It's really hard. So if there's any way for you to, like, your portfolio is gonna mean the world. If you pour yourself and who you are as an artist into your work, and you focus on what it is that you like to do, that'll shine through in your portfolio. Because it is extra hard for you to get a job outside of your country, with, you know, getting a visa if you don't have like a bachelor's degree or something like that, because then the company that you're applying for is gonna have to vouch extra hard for you. So if you're like, you know, just making your portfolio full of like goblins, orcs and sexy elves, how many of those things do you see on ArtStation all over the place, right? Like, is that really you? And if it is, okay, but like, what are you gonna do to make that the best that you can, so that you have a better chance of, you know, getting into the industry? And so that, like, anyways it's not a super easy industry to get into. It's not a super easy field to get into. I got pretty lucky, but I'm also in the animation industry, not the games industry. I'm also in Canada, so take that with a grain of salt as well. And I am aware that it is harder for people outside of Canada and the US to get jobs here because of visas and things of that nature. But working freelance as well, be wary, because I do know of a number of studios that specifically, maybe I'll get in trouble for saying this, I know studios, I haven't worked for these studios, but I know of studios that specifically hire freelance artists outside of the country because of how dirt cheap these artists are, because they're desperate and willing to work for literally nothing. So be wary of that as well, because they're going to call on you at any point in time. So this is what I'm talking about, the desperation thing. Do you really want to be working like 80 hours a week for basically nothing and killing what it is that you love just for the sake of being in the industry? That's the question I want you to ask for yourself. For some people, it is worth it, but for me personally, and maybe it's because of my circumstance, you know, my spawn point, it wouldn't be worth it for me. All right, let's see. Trying to figure out what I was saying. I've totally flew myself off the rails here. I don't even know. Let's think maybe. Hey Dan, how are you doing? You had a company tell you your price was too expensive and told you they were going to go with someone outside of the US for that very reason? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's a really big problem, especially if you're working in like the commercial world. I don't really work a lot of commercial stuff. Like when I say commercial, I mean like television advertising and things like that, because the budgets are usually very, very tiny, and the pipeline, like the production schedule, is incredibly tight. So they're going to be looking for generalists a lot of the time for TV advertisement, and like that awful Grubhub ad, that sort of a thing. I like that kind of an idea, right? Like those, I'm sure, are very, very tight schedules. So it's just that kind of an idea, right? Like, is international student in Canada from India, you're currently working on your portfolio. Agree with you. So yeah, it is. It's really hard. And you know what? I honestly, like, I wish you luck, because a lot of it is just being in the right place at the right time. So, you know, just understand, if you're doing the best that you can and you love what you do, try not to get too disheartened by rejections and things of that nature, because it it's not about you, right? Like a lot of the rejections, it's not about you. If you're doing your best and you know that you're always improving, and you're outside of the US and this is just continuously happening to you, there's like so many other factors, right? Outside the US, Canada, wherever it is that you're trying to apply to. Yeah, if yeah, exactly. So art, exactly. If it works for you and you're living a comfortable life with it and they're not abusing you, then that is fantastic and you're in a great position. I'm just putting the warning out there that it is very likely a lot of people will get the poop end of the stick. Yes, degrees do help with visas. My nose is so itchy today. Allergies, man, they're something else. No, art, honestly, if you like, so if you live in India where the cost of living is significantly lower than in the US, in like Los Angeles, for example, then and you're charging like, you know, half of what somebody in Los Angeles would, then it can make sense, like as long as like you're happy with that. But just know that like if you need to move anywhere else, you're not gonna have, you know, you just have to like balance that. Reaper, honestly, like I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, if you need that degree to like get a visa or whatever, then your portfolio can still speak for you. If you're doing like a really, really like good work with your portfolio, the company can vouch for you. Doesn't matter about your visa, it'll just be a longer process. It doesn't matter about your degree, sorry, to get the visa, it'll just be a longer process. And I'm not an expert on this kind of stuff either, because I don't do the hiring, visas and all that. I just know from what other people have told me. So if I'm sure there's like some other streamers on this channel that have more information on visas and things like that, that they could probably help you more than what I'm doing. All right, I gotta like actually sculpt some stuff. I have not been sculpting. Oh, actually, I just realized IR Sculpts was in here. Ian, check out Ian as well on this channel. He streams on, I think, Sundays, right? He's really good at explaining what it is that he's doing. Very, very friendly person. How will I dynamesh this? It's already dynameshed. Already dynameshed, bro. Good. Good. Also, to get these like really like swirly lines, I usually don't use any kind of a lazy mouse, but what I do is I just kind of like get my wrist going in a motion. You'll get better at this too. It's just like, you know, if you can kind of like control your arms in this way, it helps. But if you get used to like swooshing in a motion, you can actually translate that kind of like wishiness right into what it is that you're doing. That's usually where a lot of my like gestures come from, especially when I'm like cutting into my model, like how you're seeing. So I just kind of like get my wrist, you can kind of see it like as I'm going, I get my wrist into like a motion and I just kind of keep doing that. So if you practice kind of like being loose with your extremities, it can help you with gesture a lot. And that doesn't go for just 2D, but 3D as well. It's like use your arm and your wrist sort of like a compass, you know? How long have I worked in ZBrush? It must be like 7 years or 6 years or something. But also, being loose, like what I just said, is very important for your shoulder, your wrist, and your hand health. You don't want to be like grabbing, like gripping your pen. You don't want to ever feel like, this is something that I've had to get better at with my shoulder, is also posture. A lot of the time, if you're hunched, you're gonna notice your shoulder blades are tight, really tight, and that is not good for any kind of a movement that you're doing like this. And if you're doing a lot of repetitive movements while these muscles are tight, you're gonna end up with a lot of problems. Hi, I have them. So remembering to constantly, and I've got like little stickies everywhere, that posture and like, you know, loose and stuff, just to remind myself. It's starting to become a habit, but it's very important for your overall health when you're working, is to just relax, shoulders down, right? You want your shoulders to be, what is going, why does this keep skipping? You want your shoulders to be down and relaxed, your elbow to be supported, you know, and this, you want to be able, you know, with your wrist and everything, you want it to be very loose. You don't want to grip. If you feel like any of your muscles are contracting too much, you need to just, all right, correct, okay? Relax. your tablet's not going anywhere. Your model's not going anywhere. The harder you grip that pen and the more you squeeze that bicep, it's not gonna make your art better. Just, ooh. And it'll help. It'll help. If you could choose an IP I would like to work with, which one would you choose? No, your English is fine. An IP. See, that's tricky because like IPs for me, like I've got such a bad taste in my mouth from working on really like popular, like knowing people who have worked on really popular things and having worked on a couple of popular IPs, which I can't talk about, but the more popular it is, the more well-known it is, the more art directing and what I like to call pixel fucking is going to happen with what you're doing. The more hands are gonna wanna be in your pie and just doing this, yeah, you know. So like when it comes to like IPs, it's like that sort of part of me has kind of like gone and died in a corner. Like I don't care anymore, you know. Like there was like a part of me that like I used to play a lot of Halo, and I was just like, one day if I could just like design like, you know, anything for Halo, it would be like the best thing ever. That part of me is like dead and gone. If they ever reached out and wanted to work with me, that would be really cool, but it's not like a goal of mine anymore to like work on specific IPs or anything like that. So I can't really say, you know, because I know that the more popular something is, the more I'll just be like, you know, somebody will grab my hand and be like, okay, put your stylus in your hand, now let me hold your hand, there we go, yes, you're creating, right? You're creating, like, you know, that's what it would feel like. So for me, like, it's not, I like to work on things with a lot of opportunity, a lot of room to grow and explore. I really love exploring. I love designing. So when it comes to an established IP, yes, there's room for exploration, but it really depends on how popular it already is. If you take Star Wars, like it's set in stone, you know, and you're gonna have a lot of executives telling you that you can or can't do something. So that's its own, in its own right. It's caveat. So that sort of a thing was, you know, something that I really looked forward to doing when I was a student and even like a junior in the industry. But I guess this is what they call like jaded, right? But if you are looking forward, you know, like if it's your dream to work on Star Wars or a Marvel movie or whatever, like I'm not gonna kill that for you, okay? Like my experience is different than everybody else's experience. Like everybody's got their own unique experience, and you know what? That might never die for you. That might literally be what you want to do. And it might be the most amazing thing for you too when you finally get it. But for me, it's not like, I don't know. I'm very much all over the place. So one thing that I would like, you know, one day I won't like as much the next day, whatever, you know. I really like, problem solving and design and just trying new things, you know, and just working really close with art directors and having the ability to do a little bit, you know, having my say in a few things and suggestions that actually mean something as well means a lot to me. So in that sense, that's the sort of work that I strive to get. It's so right now I'm, you know, in a pretty good spot when it comes to that. I really, really love my clients right now. Really cool. Can't really talk a lot about it because NDA, but you know. And you know, you'll probably never really see any of my professional work either, which is like, oh my god, why does this keep skipping? Bro. But yeah, you probably never really see a lot of my NDA stuff. Because I again, like I'm an R&D artist first and foremost. Like I also, like I do character art, but like for the most part, like it seems like I've been getting more R&D work, more design and concept sculpting work in the last few months to a year. So I'm gonna start calling myself as such, right? But because of that, because it's like R&D before things even get greenlit, actually sharing any of that is like non-existent. Where can you see my work? Art Station. Go. Doesn't like the board. Yeah. Yeah, like it's cool when you're working with like a smaller group of people, but when it's like 20 or more voices on one thing, it just like, I don't know, I'll just do it. Just tell me what to do, I'll do it. Like too much noise, you know? I don't want to fight that. I don't like fighting. I don't like having to fight for something if I think it's right or wrong. Like I like collaboration, but collaboration when it's not ton of people screeching like this is a better choice, like no, this is not gonna make money, like, you know, like ooh. Like I really like to have fun work environment as well. Like it's obviously a serious thing, it's still work, but when you're selling entertainment, the artists are angry and stuff when they're making it, then the product might just be angry. Have I ever done a game jam? I have not done a game jam. Thanks, Spicer. Honestly, it's all just hacks, right? Like just whoosh whoosh whoosh, inflate. Wow, I did so much. Wow. But thanks. Is it possible to see a style of my R&D work? Not necessarily an actual project, just the style. No, because I work on so many different things that I can't give you like a specific style. I mean, I did like concept sculpting for next gen, was like, this was a while ago. That's one thing that like is like actually published as a movie. So I do a lot of stuff in like, I guess that style, like that's the animation style, right? Like, but I can't share the sculpts because it's under NDA, so it's just kind of like, I don't know, whatever. I guess okay, yeah, I can, you know what, I can kind of show you some of the stuff, not NDA stuff, oh my gosh. But something, well, I gotta save this and then I'll take a break after I show you guys. Load. I have to find it though. Yeah, I saved it. Don't worry. I'll show you, like, okay, a lot of you have already seen this like 100 times and I've never finished it because like it's just rotting. It's just rotting in my hard drive. But one, like, some things can be this simplistic, right? And then I'll be posing stuff. So this is like panty and stocking. God, it's just like dying in my hard drive. So, oh my God. Okay. Don't wanna have any. This is like so old too. So again, like quality definitely increased over time, right? But this, it's even, I don't even remember. Is this even, I don't even know what's going on with the sculpt anymore. It's been so long. Jeez. What is... Yeah, anyways, okay, whatever. So that's like, you know, some of the kind of stuff that I would be doing, right? Not really though, you know, hold on, let me get like... I do so many different types of things that it's like really hard for me to be like, oh yeah, this is what I do. Do I have... What about that like Cupid thing? I don't know if anybody was there in my like my stream when I... Is this? Yeah, I do a lot of stuff too. Like if you can imagine this but like full body, this is like stuff that I do. Oh, hello? Oh my God, what happened with the materials? The heck? This is so old that it like messed up all the materials. Let me just go through and fix that real quick. What the heck? Wait, yeah, it's just like, it's that kind of an idea. But imagine like full body, right? So I do a lot of like stylized stuff. But again, like so many different types of styles that I can't really just give you an example. And some of this stuff I do paint overs on as well, right? So sorry for being so non-specific. But I am in the animation industry. I give the kitties the ha-has. Yeah, the stuff that I have on ArtStation, I'd say is like definitely an older audience than what I typically do professionally. I do a lot of stuff for a younger audience a lot of the time. And that's usually where a lot of the work is, and a lot of the money as well in industry is younger audiences. It's a lot of work in kids cartoons, dude. Which software would you use for retopology? I usually retop. If I'm not Z-remeshing things, then I'm doing retop in Maya. What is Powerpuff Girls? No, it's panty and stocking. It's a very lewd show. Yeah, sorry comics, sorry. Any angry artist is a beta? Oh, me. I get angry. I like rage at my work if it's not working. Like I get so angry at it, I'll start yelling at not yelling at it. I'll just be like, I'll cuss at it. I'll be like, you're stupid. Why do you exist? I should never have birthed you. I could probably actually just this guy cheat. Hehe, cheating.
Oh my god, you're an artist and you cheat. Oh my god, you duplicate things. Oh my god, you kitbash. Oh my god, you're not a real artist. A real artist would never. Never.
Honestly, this entire like this whole last like couple of months of like this talk of like what is a real artist and what isn't like can actually just like go and die in a corner. I hate all of this conversation about like what defines art and like whatever. Like stop. It's not that deep. If somebody is expressing themselves, that's art. Like let them be, let people be an artist and stop like blocking things. Stop gatekeeping what art is and what isn't and whatever. If somebody is like genuinely happy to do what they're doing, like, my god. Just like I'm just like really tired of seeing a lot of that. And that is all I'll say about the recent stuff, because like I have a lot of strong opinions, but I also don't want, just like I just don't want to get involved, like, you know what I mean? Like I just don't want to get involved in any of that stuff too much, because it invites a lot of toxic on all fronts, and I'm not here for that. I just want to do art and whatever. I want to do stuff that makes me happy. I feel like everybody should be doing that instead of getting angry at people because they think that their work is not valid. Oh, I was gonna want this to be kind of like a smoke. Kind of like a gin. Play with that one. Inner areas, probably. A real artist give me all their money. Oh. Angelus. Oh my god. The level of my work, not the specific. Oh, the level of my work. Okay. I would say it's like a lot of this stuff, because it depends again, like, you know, how fast you have to go. Is it like initial stuff, or is it like final like image to like sell to a client that's very picky? If it's like final image to sell to a client that's very picky, then I would say like level of like the eye of tomorrow of what you see is the kind of finish that I'll give things. Or you know, if it's a little bit quicker, then it'll be like the Jonas fan art that I did, that sort of quality. So yeah, a lot of my newer stuff is a lot of what like the quality level of what it is that I do professionally as well. But because of speed, a lot of the time, like, I don't get to put as much effort as I want to into my personal projects. So actually a lot of stuff that I do professionally can be higher quality than what I have on my portfolio, just because like I do things so I have to go fast. You know? Oh, is Did I just drop a whole bunch of frames? It said that I dropped a bunch of frames there. Are we good? We good? Weird. Word. All right, see ya, Dan. I should probably take a break, actually. Did anyone ever say that to you? Oh, like the cheat, like if you kit bash, you're not a real artist, like you're cheating. A real artist would never. Yeah, I get that a lot. I mean, not a lot, not anymore, because people know what I'm about and they know I'm gonna reach through the screen and punch them if they try it. But the people that do that, right? The people that mostly do that are inexperienced. I hate to say that, you know, but it's true. If you get people on your butt about like you're less than because of, you know, the brushes that you use or whatever, they're just, I feel like those people don't really like grow your inexperience. Like stop with the elitism. Stop. Lost my inspiration, don't know what to sculpt for practice. Can you advise? I advise. Oh, I'm really bad at advising, but I'll do my best. If you've got no inspiration, you can try my method, which is this, but it's not hyper beginner friendly, right? Like, and I know that, I'm aware of that. I recommend you try it anyways, just like get messy with it. You might inspire yourself, be like, wow, I never would have like come up with a shape like that if I didn't just get messy with it, you know? This guy's playing basketball in the ether. So like, where did that concept come from? Basketball in the ether? Well, probably because I just messed around and got messy and I was just like, okay, I mean, a sphere could go here and there or whatever. If that doesn't work for you though, totally fine. Maybe you're more of like a technical person, you get inspired by things with more structure, which is not a bad thing at all. Not a bad thing at all. There's something to be said about balancing, you know, your structured projects and your structured studies with just being loose and carefree. If you're more like me, you're gonna be more loose and more carefree. If you need more structure though, that's 100% fine, in which case I would say go, like if you like creatures, right? Go find some wildlife photographers. Look at deep sea fish, you know, photographers who do diving at night. Like I think it's called blackwater diving. Really cool stuff there, and just do some studies based on that. I find so much inspiration from the natural world around us that we don't appreciate as much as we should. There's so much on this planet that is incredibly alien looking, and yet hardly anybody knows about these creatures, right? And so that's where you can get a lot of your inspiration, is by things that already exist. The best inspiration is Mother Nature, and it's just really the truth. And if you're inspired by interesting people, if you like to do characters and interesting kinds of people, then look at a whole bunch of you know, you could look at like mug shots of people. You could, like, you know, old mug shots from like the 1900s, 1800s, you know, people who were drawn back then, or the earliest form of photography for those mug shots in the 1900s, right? Or why does this keep, stop it, cease, stop skipping song, you're so annoying. Oh my god, you're doing it again. Why? Relax. Okay, and you could do that kind of a thing. Or you could look at, like, you know, people on the streets, people from different, you know, just walking down the street in like New York. Like look at like New York, people, like even people of New York, portrait studies, things like that. You get so many different like characters. You know, the wrinkles in people's faces really like tell stories of like, you know, what kind of a person they are, etc. There's like lots of things like in the real world, in photography, people have already captured that will inspire you, and that's what I would say, you know, to do. And if you're looking at these images and you still don't feel a spark to do anything, then you have to force it, right? Because the thing is with inspiration is it's not this magical thing that just pops out of nowhere and that's how you become an artist. Is you thrive off of this magical inspiration that comes and, you know, during the bloom, like the full moon, and then you can finally do your art. Like, dude, that's not sustainable, right? The way that inspiration can be in like a sustainable thing is if you practice action, right? You have to force yourself to be doing things, and that's why I like to work this way and just be like really messy with stuff, because a lot of the time I'll sit down and be like, I don't know, I haven't really done anything for a while, I don't really feel like doing something, and then I'll just start doing whatever, and then I'm like, ooh, wait, hold on, ooh, wait, hold on, okay, okay, and then, you know, I start to inspire and motivate myself, right? It's like this sort of chain reaction that happens, and so that's really like what you're gonna want to do, is just like force yourself to like sit there and just do that, right? You just gotta do it. I should probably take a break. Hi, Jimmy is missing. Yes, it's kind of a mess right now, just playing with some fun shapes, but this is what I'm doing. I am going to take a quick break though, get some water, and then show you Monty, and then I will continue. Sound good? I don't even care if it sounds good. That's what I'm doing. There is... God, where is my sculpt? There it is. I'll be back. I will be back.
Wookie. Back. Got a Monty. I'll answer your question in a second. Can we do the Monties? Monty says hi. Cookies. A cookie? Whoa, good. Good. Let's get right for the camera. Yes, good boy. Can I recreate Monty? I did actually, Jimmy. Go check out my art station. On my art station, there's a Monty piece that I did. He's a paladin. I made him a paladin, a paladin, if you will. He's a brave, Courage the Cowardly Dog. That's what he is. He's Courage the Cowardly Dog. This is the first time you've ever typed here? Hi! Welcome. How's his training? I mean, like, he doesn't need to be on medication anymore, so that's really great. Still hates people, but he can calm down a lot faster, and I know how to manage his stress a lot better now. So, we good. We good. Now he's a very selective dog, you know? He's like not a people dog. Oh, dude, Courage the Cowardly Dog is amazing. What's wrong? No, he's just got a lot of anxiety. He used to have so much anxiety that we would take him for like walks and he wouldn't be able to calm down enough to actually go on the walk. He'd just be like doing this, like freaking out. Like he was really scared of a lot of stuff. So now he's a lot better. But he still doesn't like people very much because anything that's unpredictable, he gets like, yeah, I don't want to be around people either, so I understand him. He just like howl barks at people if they try to they look at him for too long, or if they, you know, try to approach him and touch him, like unless he's like familiar with the person. If it's a stranger, he will like go, get away from me. I don't like you, you know, but other than that, it's like, he's good. He's good. He's also just very corgi, so he like barks at every noise that he hears. A good boy. He's a sweetheart with me, and that's all that matters. You're sad with my stream. Don't be sad. What the hell? Look, a good boy. You want to do another boop? Wow. Here, look. You can get a profile. Move it. Yes. Good boy. All right. Ground. Reminds you of your dog? Your dog is scared too? Yeah, he's gotta, if he would know that, that's what I keep saying in every stream. If he knew how many people were looking at him, you guys would hear a never-ending stream of howl barks. Thanks, Jimmy. Okay, let me read your question. I know. Unfortunately, I won't be able to help you with anything Blender related in a ZBrush stream. Like, we're not going to talk about Blender here because this is a direct competitor. You know how it is. But you don't know how to make a mouth. Okay, so I can talk to you. Oh, hello. Where did my monitor go? Oh my gosh, things are acting up right now. My monitor just turned. I was wondering what else I could make as a business expense. New monitor. Sorry. No, you're fine, Jimmy. Don't worry. I'm just making a joke anyways. But when you're making a mouth, like if you're making a mouth sack,
I think actually D's all Aldeezy was talking about proper mouth sacks. At one point you could probably ask him which stream it is that he started talking, I think maybe in his personal stream, where he was talking about like actual proper topology for mouth sacks. But when you're talking about like just making it for your sculpt, you can in ZBrush 1 2 3 easy peasy lemon squeezy. What you're gonna want to do for an easy mouth is, okay, first let's just I'll just sculpt like a really quick mouth here. So let's say these are the lips that you want to do, right? Wow, very cool, very great, very non anatomically correct, whatever. Lips, great, luscious, beautiful. All right, so let's say these are the lips that you want to do. So what you're gonna want is you're gonna want to make a mask, right, like so, right along where this stuff is happening. And I would recommend doing this before you start doing a whole bunch of details and stuff, because you're gonna have to do a lot of sculpting on top of this, remember that. All right, so you inverse the mask and then you push it in, right? Push that in. Boom, boom, boom. This is what I do. And then you can actually take that geometry. Now you're gonna wanna, like, I don't know, subdivide it or give it a little bit more juice, right? And you can start blocking off the area of these things. So the further in that you push it, obviously I didn't push it in too far, you can just kind of like, and I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of the time I do this in topology. I don't even bother sculpting like a full mouth sack in ZBrush or anything like that, but this is how you would get that separation. And so then you would mask the top area. I'm doing this so rough and nasty. And then I usually give this a its own polygroup, right? So you can Control W. So you see that there's 2 polygroups there, and then you can mask by polygroup, which is up in your brush menu. If you go auto masking, hello, oh no, auto masking, mask by polygroup is right here. So if you put it to 100, obviously, you know, whatever you move will only be of that polygroup. So then I end up just kind of like pushing these in the same area, because mask by polygroup is on. Then I can kind of just, you know, this is a very disgusting mouth. But yeah, you get the idea, right? So one is, here we go, get, and then you can take it off, whatever. Very rough, I'm sorry. That's usually what I end up doing for the mouth, is that idea. Does that make sense? And then in another program, what I'll end up doing after that is just kind of create the mouth sack inside with topology, because I don't really like to do it this way where I just hide one thing. You can do it this way where you hide the one group and then you start to push it out more, right? And then you can do the inverse where you hide the other one and you push this out more. And so you're building the mouth by hiding the two sides. You can do that if you really want to, right? I personally don't like to do that. I would rather do it in just like pure topology, because this is just like ass to me. But it really just depends on what you're doing. You could also use layers as well. That's usually like the rest of it. Also, these are bad lips. Oh my god, they're so bad. They're so bad. Whoa. Okay, there you go. Mouth sack. Yeah, mouth sack. I heard what's it called? Sorry, Paul, if you ever hear me referring to you as like, what's it called? Paul DZ calls the mouth sack the mouth sock. I hate it. Mouse sack? I hate that. I hate it. Alright. You don't know where you can learn anatomy for sculpting? So there's actually there's a couple of really good resources, but one that I'm going to recommend you is this thing called Anatomy for Sculptors. Oh. It's really great. You can get a PDF of it. Like I don't think it's like, it's not nearly as much money as like the whole book, and then it's just like breakdowns of everything. Like, it's really, really good. Yeah, Ryan Kingsling is good. Scott Eaton has amazing stuff when it comes to anatomy. This Pretzel Rocks keeps auto skipping songs. It is driving me crazy. Absolutely driving me crazy. Don't like it. I'm eating mini eggs, by the way. Yeah, I think Jimmy, honestly, that PDF will really help you. Like, do studies from that PDF. See, this is why I like the crunchy geo, right? Like, you get all of this stuff that starts happening if you just don't care and you start pushing and pulling stuff around. Also, this oh my god, dude, I am so maybe a little bit of like I hate that this is even controversial, but did you guys see that documentary that came out on Netflix called Seaspiracy? It's got the dumbest name, dude. I hate whenever anybody like plays on such a serious topic, but then they call it like a conspiracy or something like that. Like, I hate that. But like, that documentary messed me up. Messed me up. And I have been collecting a whole bunch of different resources on what I can do for alternatives for like seafood stuff, and I'm exploring the magical world of mushrooms. Not like that, for food. I love mushrooms, dude. Mushrooms are so versatile, it's crazy. Yeah, Seaspiracy messed me up bad. I don't know, man. Like, I ended that like crying and angry. It's like that bad. I just heard that because I started to say that because this song is called Ocean Night, and I'm hearing like whale noises, and I'm like, the wound is still fresh. Not something to laugh about, but I usually deflect. It's really rough. It's a really rough documentary. Yeah, Angelus, I totally get it. I understand. I'm not gonna be an advocate of anything against anyone's way of life, but damn, dude. It is, yeah, it's something else, man. It's made me very, very angry. What can I do with this thing? This looks... I have to cut my losses here. This. I think I'm just gonna... You... Get out of here. You are unwanted. Delete. Hidden. Close. Holes. Good. Yeah, I just be careful when you watch it, Angelus. It'll probably make you pretty mad. A zoo? I have no idea what is that. What am I sculpting? A thing. Thing. A thing. The hidden character in the Space Jam video game. Yes. No, I'm creating Dark Souls again. How can you be better at getting the exact same shape as your reference, and how can you be pixel perfect in it? Good luck with getting pixel perfect, but there is an option or a feature in ZBrush that lets you turn your window see-through. You can't really see it on my end, but this essentially, here actually, maybe if I go able to see the effect, right? So it'll turn your entire window of ZBrush transparent, so you can see whatever is behind it. So you can put your reference images behind, and that can actually help when you're matching up your references and things like that. Yeah, abstract things are really, really fun. I also really love abstract things. I'm sure you can tell. So you can see a lot of like what it is that I'm doing with my shapes. If you look at it from like a design, sort of like, you know, continuous line idea. So here, even the fact that this goes straight, this curve and hit right back up there. So all this negative space right here, because the apex of this curve is right here, your eye can hit up this way. They think about shapes in that sense. It's actually very very useful. Using negative space help guide your eye. And this one, I'm gonna, there we go. See how much that little bit right there helps the flow, because now you're going right up to the hand, right? Boom versus boom. You see what I'm talking about? That's sort of like what I'm thinking about in my head, like at least subconsciously as stuff is happening. The more you do of that kind of stuff, the more it just kind of becomes second nature. Here we're going to want to focus on front bit a bit. I feel like I should work in maybe some or at least some sort of like a leg form. It doesn't necessarily have to be a leg, it just kind of shows that it's like billowing down. Explain the negative space thing again. Yeah, so when I'm just about to reach for another mini egg, I shouldn't do that. So what's the best way that I can do this? Let's do a screenshot here. Wait, first let me stupid curve. Do so when I'm talking about negative space, right? I'm talking about like the shapes that are made that are not the actual geometry. This is negative space right here, right? So this is like a circle inside of the like negative space. That itself is a shape that's dictating where your eye is going and can be used as rest points, you know, points of interest even. It doesn't necessarily just have to be the geometry that you're sculpting that is the interesting thing, but rather the negative space as well. So here's another one as well, right? This is also some negative space, negative space, negative space. So these things all kind of come into play with each other. Right here, the actual
the actual curve of this, it is, you know, like if we were to start right here, because it's really thin, or rather maybe not, maybe I shouldn't explain it that way. Tapers, okay? So tapers really help when you start really big, when you start really, or you end really tiny. That, in a way, you can think about it like a, if you think about water and how water flows, this is the example that I use all the time. You have, like, you know, a big pipe, the water is flowing through pretty smooth. But as that same amount of water is going through, aka your eye, and it comes to a smaller section, the faster it's going to move through that area. It will take pause in the bigger areas and move really slow. But in the smaller areas, it will actually go a lot faster because there's less to look at. The water is being squeezed in the pipe, right? And so you're going to get shot up this way. So wherever you're being shot up this way, you want whatever is in this area, right? Well, theoretically anyways, you want whatever's in that area to support that movement up. So then it hits here, right? And then that hits here, right? So you can see how this is starting to achieve a flow because of, you know, negative space, tapers, all that kind of stuff. So you think about, like, you know, how fast your eye is moving based on, like, you know, water pressure. It kind of makes it kind of makes a little bit more sense. It's hard to think of at the forefront of your brain, but so I wouldn't say think about this necessarily as you're sculpting, because eventually it'll start to become second nature. You'll be like, oh, that doesn't look right, and you'll want to fix something. But if something isn't looking right, stand back from it and be like, I wonder why. Oh, maybe I can, like, add, like, I can exaggerate a taper more here, or I can push this so that the action line is more, which actually I want to do. I want to push the action line more like this, and then, you know, like something more like that, so it feels a little bit more flowy. So it's that sort of an idea that you got to think about design in that sense. Hopefully that helps a wee bit. Mini egg time. Grab those first. So yeah, mini eggs are like the best chocolate. You saw Rhea? I haven't because it's behind a it was behind a nasty paywall on Disney Plus, and I don't have a Disney Plus account. Well, it looked really cool though. If ZBrush exports the Alembic for animation, I actually have no idea. That one I'm not sure of. You can consult the documentation gods. Sorry, Pepe. Would these be titties? Titties? The baby? Oh, in rare. One of these days I'll be able to see it. Everybody who wasn't paying attention all of a sudden, who said titties?
Maybe? Maybe? Honestly, statues, I don't know. You should, Stoic. Get on it. Get on it. Hey, Pete. What's good? Yeah. A lot of what I do here is very abstract and weird, but that's what's fun about it, right? That's awesome, comics. Less and less paint overs needed. Fantastic. That's fantastic. What we like to see. That's what we like to see. Thanks, Sergio. To do that, I need more. Oh, thanks, Pedro. How you doing? Yeah, statues. That's I was thinking of like making my handle like hey cubed, like hey cubed, but then like I just didn't think that enough people would get it, so I just said hey a cubed, and I'm just kind of like, does anybody get it? Like, whatever.
Swimming in the ocean, don't know which one it was. I was diving to the bottom, searching for your love. I heard I was a treasure no one has ever seen. You hide inside a locket,
Come on, come on, come on, give me that. There we go.
You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight, yeah, stay tonight. If you come while I'm away, yeah, stay tonight, stay tonight.
I actually, you know what, I would be successful. So, oops. Oops. Oh. Screwed. It ain't. Let's do it by hand. Going manual. Dish gut. Just call him Water Boy. Oh, thank you so much, statues. I really appreciate that. Pedro. So this kind of stuff is purely based on what the shapes are. But if I'm inspiring myself, I'm like, oh, I need to find something to put fuel in my tank. Wildlife photography, like macro photography, deep sea photography, lots of different types of things like that. There's so much in this world that looks like it's from an alien planet. Like there's nothing, honestly, like it beats a lot of the science fiction that you see out there. some of the animals on this planet are insane. Like there's a new one to look at every day. The gravity? Oh, you mean the sim? Yeah. I don't really like use sim a lot. He's the backstroke king. Imagine having to like swim against this guy. He would win. He has reverse arms. Did I work on the torso? No, I just did some water drops for his head. You can beat him in swimming? Oh. Alright, easy there, Michael Phelps. Swimming is weird. Like it's strange why it's so hard. Shouldn't be as hard as it is. Swimming is hard. Like I can swim, I won't die, but I'm not a strong swimmer. Like I wouldn't die if you just threw me into a pool, but I also wouldn't win a race. Oh my god. I'm not gonna comment. I don't think I'm allowed to comment. Bro. Sinking can so... I think that's like the exact opposite of what the definition of swimming is sinking. No, floating, but... Bro. Alright. Oh, I'm out of mini eggs. It's a form of swimming. Oh. Okay. Right. Sinking is swimming. Then why do people say sink or swim? Clam and oysters swim, yeah, and then they choose to sink. And then they swim, and then they sink. And then they swim. Are we defining swimming as any kind of like moving through water? Your swim instructor told you weren't applying yourself. Oh. When I was younger, I used to take swimming lessons, and I hated it. I hated it. I hated it so bad. Those stupid pools. Like, if we were swimming in, like, I would prefer the cold and, like, the cold and kind of like the nastiness of like lakes and like rivers and stuff, and learning how to swim that way than I think I would like public pools. I like, one, the chlorine. I hate chlorine. I hate it. And then there's all the other kids, you know, there's other kids just being like, you know, I could go to the bathroom like a normal person, or public pools are disgusting. Oh my god. God, I hate public pools. Ew! Oh my god, I hate that. I don't even care. The fact that the chlorine is so chlorinated and chlorine-fied that it like de-P-ifies the P. Like, I don't care. I don't care. It's the morals. It's the idea. The idea is cursed. You remember choking and an instructor said that's what you get for not swimming? Oh my god. Yo, yeah, yo, it's coming back to me. I remember being chucked in the pool because I was too scared. They literally just like picked me up and they were like, you're gonna be fine. And then they went like this. Don't do that! What the heck? Oh, bro! No! I hated swimming! Oh my god. Just swim and sanitize. You have to like wash all the chlorine off every single time you're done. It's like, swimming isn't enough. Now you have to take a shower after you're done swimming. Like, bro, like, I hate chlorine. And then, like, if like you don't get it all out of your hair too, dude, it starts getting like that like this like weird like crusty, like not crusty, but it's so like brittle. Like the chlorine like makes your hair like like I was in constant frizz mode. I was like a little lion. Didn't like it. I have no idea. I've never been to Disney. I am a deprived child. No, JK, I'm not. I wasn't deprived. I had nature. You did the college program with— what the heck? What even is that? College with Disney? Wow, you're living like some kind of a dream. What the heck? I wouldn't know, Reaper. I mean, yes, you have to take a shower after swimming in the sea, yeah, but it's the sea. The sea is not— it's not all chlorine. I don't know, it's just that I don't like smelling like counter cleaner of like public restrooms, you know? You know? He's holding, well, it was supposed to be like water, like— But beach ball is fine, I guess. It could be somewhat. Don't distort your perspective of swimming. Bro, if you're not swimming in people pee, you're swimming in fish pee, so choose one. Draw the volleyball. Stop it! I'm not sick. I'm just telling the truth, man. Like, think about it. You're swimming in the ocean. You're like swimming in algae byproduct. Like actually. The pool is a No, comics. No. No. Think about what it was like for the ancient Romans with the public baths. No! No! No, Cornelius! Don't go poo, yeah? Cornelius, please! Oh no. Where did you learn all of your anatomy sculpting tips? Lots and lots of practice over many years. Honestly, it's not one specific source. I went to animation college. Before that, I was in fine arts high school, where like it was literally like I have a fine arts diploma, for God's sakes, from going to high school. So I didn't go to Disney, but I went to a fine arts high school. And then yeah, I went to animation. And then I just started doing stuff on my own. So I've got like stuff like this to help me. And new to me, got books. If you want a good book, try Anatomy for Sculptors. Do you know that sea sand is basically poop of a certain fish? No cap. Oh god. Ugh. You know, honestly, like, ignorance is bliss. It really is. Wait, what? Oh, no. It's not. Oh god, my eye is so itchy. I'm so sorry. No, I wasn't holding it against you. I was saying like, oh, you went to school with Disney. Like, I'm joking. I'm poking fun at you. It has nothing to do with that. Not holding anything against you. I went to a stupid fine arts school. Like, that's just as like stupid as. Oh my god, my eye. Oh jeez. I got like a Monty hair or something in it, and now it's forever itchy because I am allergic to Monty hairs. It is my downfall. This is just, I'm always allergic to something when I'm streaming. It's Don't be weird, Grim. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. We can talk about pee-pee and poo-poo here, but don't be weird. Don't Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Pew, pew, poo, poo. I always start it, but then it's always your fault for talking about it, not mine. I might be the host, but you guys carry the conversation. Not my fault, never me. Your college had a program with Disney Boot Camp. They would pay for your school if you were selected. Bro, what the? What in the frig? I remember in animation school, like anytime Disney was visiting the school to talk to the students, it was like the whole animation sector of the school was just in complete, like, how do I keep this family friendly? They were just in like full bow down, praise the gods mode, right? Roll out the red carpet, like praise our overlords are here, you know? And I remember being specially selected because of my work, my line of work that I was interested in getting in, and my portfolio that was looking a certain way, to talk to some of the animators that were coming in briefly from Disney. And although these guys were really great and everything, the way that my school handled that situation left the most sour taste in my mouth, because like I'm saying, it was very like, oh, the overlords are here, no one is better, you'll never be this good, suck up to them, do whatever they want, you know, that sort of a thing. And I was just like, yeah, should I be like, I was wondering at the time too, like, is there something wrong with me? Should I care more? Like they were really cool people and really good artists and great animators and everything, and I got to talk to them about a couple of things. They gave me some tips for when I was animating, what my animations were, which is great and everything, and nothing against them, but it was just the way that my school was handling it. I was just like, what the hell? What? Oh my god. Yeah, it's just bizarre. Like a weird level of like Disney worship. I'm a handful. Why? Oh, is it my sculpt? Are you making a joke about the hands holding things on my sculpt? I don't get it. My bad. I don't understand. I suck. What was I gonna do? I'm blanking right now. I was gonna do something and I can't remember what. Whatever. No. What was I gonna do? Oh my gosh. What was I gonna do? Whatever. Let's try something. It's fine. What do you know? Hey Navarro, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Eh. Whee! Shapes aren't cooperating with me. I blame my itchy eye. Blaming my eye. It's my eye's fault. My eye is very itchy right now. I have itchy eye. Ah! So itchy! Oh, thank you, Pepe. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got top row on ZBrush Central, which was really cool. And then after that, Pixologic reached out to me, which was really cool. And then they were like, "Hey, can we put you on our main website, on the Pixologic website?" I was like, "What?" Yeah. So now I'm on the homepage of ZBrush, like the Pixologic website. Really cool. It hurts to look at the Krampus, yeah. Suck. Oh my god. Oh, wow. The allergies are like getting intense for me. How much time do we have? Frig, man. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. I have like 25 minutes to go. Pray for my eyeballs. It's not itchy. It's not itchy. I can will it out of existence. It's not itchy. It's not itchy. It's not itchy. Huh. See if it's too much. Smell popcorn. No. Is it though? Not Not work. Work. Not work. Now, kinda works. Oh my god, eyeball, please. It's not itchy. It's not itchy. It's not itchy if I say. Yeah. Yeah, I talk like Golem. I know. I'm basically Golem. Take my makeup off and I'm like it's uncanny. Honestly, I should have won the Oscar. I'm gonna save. Do I paint in ZBrush as well, or do you separately after the fact, or leave that for somebody else? So I do poly paint in ZBrush for my concept pieces. If it's texturing for production, a lot of the time, like sometimes, like I've been hired as a texture artist, but most of the time, at most I'll do the model. Most of the time I'm just doing like, you know, the concept sculpt. So a lot of like the production textures and stuff is somebody else's hard work. Figure out what I want to do. I like pose. Hey, some boys, what's good? How you doing? Your signed PS4 sitting on a shelf. Oh yeah. Oh, I haven't played with a PS4 in a while. Forget about talking about even getting a PS5. What the heck, man? I don't know if I want to use this. I don't think very much like a design. It's fine. It's totally fine. Get some wispies off of that. Sure. Do I ever rig my work? Nah. I don't rig. I just do posing the hard way. I'm actually thinking, so it's kind of cool, right? But kind of also front bits, something else. How does this kind of process work? So what I'm doing is, it's honestly just a lot of like trial and error. The way that I like to work is very loose and just treating this the same way that you would treat a sketch on paper, except more malleable. So the fact that like you can just kind of like smear stuff around, like you just that's sort of what I'm doing, is just smearing stuff as much as I
Oh, I knew you'd call back. You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that
yeah. So I'm gonna go more of like smoke and water. This guy. That's where we are. So if you like have geometry that is not attached like via Dynamesh, you can actually like with the gizmo hold control and drag in the direction that you will go in, and the mask will follow the topology that you have put down. Just how I did what I just did. How do you decide what to model when you do these streams? It kind of, so if you watch the beginning of the stream, which like I don't, yeah, it's a process of just kind of throwing down a bunch of shapes and then going from there, because I never really know what it is that I'm gonna model when I come into these streams. Like, being 100% honest with you, I never, like, I genuinely don't have any idea. So in order to work with that is I just throw down shapes and I see, well, what exactly do those shapes look like, and I go from there, you know? So you get like a lot of the stuff that I do is very abstract because of that, but I also really enjoy doing that kind of stuff too, as like sketching. So if you're into abstract stuff, then this is definitely the one of the methods you can try for that. Right now I'm just kind of like creating some smoke, steam. The same thing, I'll just kind of like grab and like drag the you can see how the mask followed. Topology there. Stuff like this. Now, so that I can start exaggerating the curves. So now if I were to like dynamesh all of this, I would have like a really nice base for the smoke continue. But this. So in order for that to work, we gotta make it follow the curve under on the main part of there. A little bit more motion. Sharper. A little bit sharper. Let's continue. Alright, good night, statues. Am I a fan of Substance Painter? Yeah, I love Substance Painter. How long have I used ZBrush? I think like going on 7 years. I think. When you're hired for texture work, you create on somebody else's project or create for that person to be inspired. When I was working as a texture artist, I was working on a movie, so I was working for a project for production models. You got GPU money and no GPU to buy, dude. I don't know if anybody's ever gonna get their 3080s. What am I enjoying most to work on now? I like the R&D work and like concept sculpting and stuff like that. Anything that requires me to do more design and concept exploration, I really enjoy. I like pre-production a lot more than I like production personally. My VGA. My video card is a 2070, which is doing just fine. ZBrush UI annoying to use? To me, no. No, not at all. But, you know, when you first get started, it can be very interesting, to say the least. Like, I understand that it can be very, like, I remember when I first started using it, I didn't really understand where anything was, but I also didn't really, like, have any other 3D background per se, so it wasn't like bad when I first got into it. But if you're like super used to the UI of other programs, when you're coming into this, which, you know, it isn't like a 3D suite. This is a very specialized program to help you with, it's to help you with sculpting and the art aspect of everything, more so than it is for like full final textured models, like, you know, ready for rigging and animation. It's like mostly focused on the art aspect of things, so the UI is very like different, but it's fully customizable as well. So once you get used to vanilla ZBrush, you can start like putting what you need around the canvas. It's like being drunk. What, using the UI of ZBrush? I don't know, man. I think a lot of people that hate on the UI of ZBrush, and, you know, again, like, I didn't have any 3D background when I came into this, so this is why I'm saying this, is I think because people are so accustomed to one particular way of doing things that their brain shuts off and is just like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Like, just because it's different doesn't mean it's bad. It's just like, you gotta try and think a different way. And again, like, you can put things wherever you want in ZBrush. No worries, Pedro. Yeah. So I think I'm probably gonna end soon. This time is in there. Let me So save. Okay. Hey, Jackal. Yes, and I. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Silly. So this is what we did to. Yes. Alrighty. Very low energy at the end of this stream. That's what. Yes. That's what we did. That's an eye. What? I don't understand. Sign your PS4 for what? I don't work in games. Oh my god. Alright, sorry. I'm gonna go and finish my client work, do my taxes, and I will see you in another 2 weeks because I'm starting this back up pretty slowly. So taking another week off and then back another week, and then I think there should be 2 streams back to back after that. So anyways, if you want to follow me on any of my socials, as always, they're right here. Voila. If you're not following Pixologic, definitely give them a follow because there are so many talented artists that stream on this channel that, you know, have so much more to offer than I do. So definitely check them out. Say hi. Everyone is friendly and helpful as well. Most people try and look at the chat as much as possible. So definitely give Pixologic a follow on whatever platform you're working from right now, if it's Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook or whatever. So there's also a free trial if you're interested in trying what I showed tonight and you don't have ZBrush. You can try ZBrush for free for 30 days. There's also a completely free version, actually. So ZBrush Core Mini is 100% free, but it's like a super stripped down version of ZBrush. Like, I mean, like, there's only 8 brushes and you don't have any subtools or anything. Or, you know, it's just you and the clay. Good luck, you know? So something really fun that that I think a lot of us are going to be doing next month as like the theme is a lot of us are going to be trying to use ZBrush Core Mini only to make a sculpt. So I said yes to that challenge. I don't know which week exactly I'll be doing it, but it'll be interesting. They do have snake hook, but they have no masking, so it's a little bit of a challenge for moi. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Next week, not gonna be streaming. Week after that, we'll be streaming. Socials, we'll have updates for you. Hey, tidy. Bye bye. I see you. Good night.